Hello everyone. Welcome to another live stream for our Islands of Magic playthrough. This live stream is unlike the other live streams because this time I kind of know what I'm doing. I know what I want at least. And I see that here's how these go. Basically, I don't know when they're going to happen. I don't schedule them. And I just do the things I need to do in my life. And then when I have a nice big chunk of time available to really get a solid session in Valheim, that seems to be what I really like. So I noticed playing recently that one of the things that happens when I play Valheim is that I get like too into it if I wasn't responsible and did other things. Does that make sense? So I'll tell myself, oh, I want to play for 2 hours. But then, if I actually do that, I want to play for more than 2 hours. I get into something, right? So what happened last time, the quick summary before I get back into the adventure, so to speak,
that fire is mediocre.
Is that I got a bunch of resources and everything, piled it up in a boat, and basically then I eventually got killed by a bone wall. I then found where that boat is, and the boats in Enigma, or rather the cargo crates, have a mechanic. They have 100,000 health, specifically for this situation, so that you can have a boat full of cargo crates, it gets blown up by a bone wall, and the boat may die, but the cargo crates probably didn't, so you can still go retrieve the stuff without it sinking. At least that's the idea. We're gonna see, though, because I have to get ready to be able to fight the bone wall. So that's basically what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna go get some frost arrows, I'm gonna get a boat, I'm gonna prepare, and then I'm just gonna like fight serpents and see if I can get my hull back. So that's gonna be my focus. It'll be more combat and sailing and probably me dying today. Welcome, Fire. Hello, good to see you here. I am back to a multi-monitor setup, which is I don't know why I wasn't doing that, basically. I had another monitor in the house I just wasn't using, and so now I feel good.
That fire is mediocre. Oh, fancy.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh yeah, so this is a public server, so if anyone wants to join, you're welcome to. To get the information, all you need to do is watch the first minute of the first episode of this series, and that'll tell you exactly what you need to know to join and everything. I won't keep repeating myself, and in this series, I don't really talk as much as in the other stuff where I was constantly narrating. I'm talking now just because it's the beginning of the video, people will watch it later on YouTube, that kind of thing. But when I actually play, I'll pretty much just be playing, and if you want to ask something in the chat, you can, and then I'll respond. And maybe I'll like explain what I'm about to do. But I won't constantly be talking. That's one of the things I'm trying to do with these live streams, is really make it in a way that works for me, where I can have a lot of fun. I can show like how to play Valheim Enigma Mode in a way that like is, I don't know, it's about like letting go and progression and all these different things, but it's better I just show it than try and explain things, if that makes sense. So without further ado, I will get to it. And again, we're going on a bone maw adventure today, pretty much. I'm gonna be fighting serpents.
Norson Wells. Hey JP. Did you revert versions to make this work, or is this truly Islands of Magic? LUL.
Hey, Orson. So no, actually, it's the most recent version. That's because IOM uses Yara mods, and it's server side. So pretty much, it's usually up and running the latest version within like 12 hours, because there's only one bottleneck, and it's Yara. So sometimes like a client side mod will break or something, or some quality of life thing. But the actual server itself is usually running the latest version of Valheim within like a day, maybe 2 days. Who knows though, you know? I mean, that's how it's worked traditionally, and I think that's one of the appeals for the players, because in a normal modding experience, every update like will take the server and the situation down for maybe like 1 or 2 weeks before everything's like up and running again, and then sometimes it's just a dice roll. You could have built the server on an experience that's now like just invalid, basically. So that's why I prefer to just use Yara's mods.
It does sound way more convenient.
That way it's just super convenient. Exactly. More convenient is almost an understatement. Yara is crazy professional. Like he doesn't miscommunicate. He's very succinct and to the point, and if he says something, like, it's like you gotta reflect on what he said, because even if it doesn't seem true, it probably is true. Anyway, I'll get back to it.
Norson Wells. Sensei Jer LUL.
Yeah, exactly.
At Yannickoi3H. LOL JP made cheesing boxes onto his boat into a whole science at this pont. At Yannickoi3H. Point
I love the
asterisk.
cargo crates. They're so much fun if you just give them a bunch of health. Because in normal Valheim, they break really easily. And then it's sad because you lose all your shit in the ocean and your metal sinks. When they have 100,000 health each, they can even take a couple bone maw hits. I'm like obsessed, to be honest, with the act of transporting cargo in no map, no portal Valheim. For some reason, I love it. It's just so, I don't know why. There's something about knowing that there's danger and they can blow up the cargo, and if there's a storm, I can lose cargo and I have something to take somewhere, and the more that arrives, the more I can build. I love it. Like, I absolutely love it. So that's why I'm always obsessed with putting carts on boats and all kinds of nonsense like that.
At Yannickoi3H. I used to do carts on a boat when I played no portal. No map is a struggle.
Yeah, this is Enigma's like it's partially no map. So when you're out in the world like this, it's no map. But if you're close to a cartography table with like 7 comfort, then it's you can look at a map. But also players can just like override that kind of thing, so it's all client side. So some people just, you know, they do what they want. They'll look at maps and stuff. But for me personally, I find maps in the game world to be like
yeah, you at least have the
problematic.
paths to as something to STCK2.
Like right now I can look at this, right? That's because I'm close to this cartography table over in this house. If that makes sense. But ultimately, you know, I think a lot of people enjoy the map making process, and I see a lot of value in like out of game sharing maps with each other and talking.
Right, that's interesting.
It like gets people hyped and interested. So I think that it does have value. It's just when you can just press M and know exactly where you are, the game itself loses its meaning, for me at least, because like, okay, I can look at this map, right? And ironically, I can see where other people are. Yeah. But when it comes to me, like, I don't know where I am on this map, you know? So obviously, I'm gonna be in an area that I have explored, right? But aside from that, I don't know. Oh, disconnects an icon of death. Good thing I haven't actually started sailing yet. But yeah, that's basically why I do the no map, no portal thing. Mostly because I find it more enjoyable. You know what I think I did? I see. So I disabled the server restart messaging today. But did I disable the server restart itself? Ooh. It does not appear so, unless that was just a restart that happened to be timed.
But not the reset command, LOL.
Was. Yeah. Let's see how, I gotta look at I call it the heartbeat. There's like a channel that shows a heart icon every time it saves. So you can look at it and see if there's going to be a bad rollback or not. So right now the server, we disconnected, right? So that happened at like 6:08 or something like that. 6:06, 6:05. So the server saved at 5:58. So that means it'll roll back like 5 or 6 minutes, probably. That's usually not bad. I've noticed that players, if it's like a 5-minute rollback, they don't seem to be that bothered unless they lost something. But if it's like more than 10 minutes, especially if it's like 20-30 minutes in a moment of intense building, it starts getting problematic. And then like 2 hours, oh god, you know, that's like a whole session. And it's like you took something from people, you know, they feel robbed. So it's a good thing to avoid. Let me actually look at the schedule here real quick. The server restarted already, so I guess it's alright. It's funny too, because this is the new server, so it's just faster. Because the world files, I mean, we've still explored stuff, but it's still tiny compared to a server that people were playing on for 2 years, right? And so it turns on pretty quickly. It saves really quickly. The other server would take like a minute or two to save, sometimes 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Which is crazy when saving should take like 10 seconds. It restarts nice though. Let's see. Alright. I'm just making sure I don't forget to actually look at the restart schedule here. I've been having trouble timing it right. It's on this new system. But it's sort of like when I set it forward, it restarts at 7 minutes past. And then when I set it 2 minutes earlier, then it restarts at like 59. So like, for some reason, it doesn't seem to do it exactly when I schedule it, which is like a bit weird. And I can't tell if that's because I'm messing up the schedule and like doing something invalid in the new system, or if like there's a problem. You know, and this is like a server-side thing. It's not related to EWP. And to compound the confusion, the server is located in Dallas, Texas. My time zone is Nicaragua. The server host is in Germany. And everything on the server is done in UTC. So there's like so much time zone conversion, even though the things on the server are done in UTC. That's great, you know what I mean? And it would be great if everything was in UTC, but it's not. So at the end of the day, even though one part of it is in UTC, the whole experience still requires a lot of like converting between time zones and that kind of thing, right? So right now I'm looking at the restart scheduler. Let's see, today's Friday.
At Yanikoi3H.
So
You're saying we need a universal computer time?
it's more like people just need to use UTC, if that makes sense. Because people use their local time, right? Which of course makes sense. You know, it's the struggle of dealing with many, many people and different companies all over the world. Just how it is, really. Let's see, so I have a restart scheduled for 1 minute past. Ah, I see. It says Thursday restarts, but it ends in a 3. That's a suspicious thing for a Thursday restart to end in. Oh no, that's right. Cause yeah, okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Because the freaking cron schedule is in UTC, but the time it shows me in the host is the local time. So it's actually a day ahead. So I need to look at the Friday restart. Looks normal, to be honest. At the end of this, Looks like that was just a random restart. Huh. Alright, anyway, I'll get back to it. Hey, I just realized I can put the death feed on this monitor. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That seems appropriate. Alright, let's see. How many cargo crates do I lose? Yeah, see, so it rolled back enough that I had spawned the boat, but I hadn't built the frame yet, right? So, let's see. I guess that means I can just do all this again. It's funny, these things, they sometimes work out in your favor, and other times they work out against you. It sort of depends how the cookie crumbled, pretty much. Because you can have your whole, like, tombstone deleted. You could have your tombstone doubled. You could have the stuff you've picked up doubled, or you could have the stuff that you've picked up destroyed. So, like, depending on literally just the coincidence of what you were doing and how you reacted to the disconnect, it'll change what ends up happening. Alright, I'm gonna drink my tea and stop yapping. And so I changed these so that they don't vanish when you empty them. But now that I think about it, that's not very ideal because they're so strong the player can actually get rid of them in that case. Like, because you can't just like build and right click and remove them. So I guess they should destroy themselves when empty. I often change something and then changing it makes me realize like I shouldn't change that.
At Kit Fury. Yo.
Hey kid, how's it going? I'm almost ready. I did this earlier and then lost all my stuff, right? But in doing so, I felt like I need to try it again. I'm that crazy. But the thing is, before I didn't have a way to fight the bone maw. I didn't take any frost arrows or anything that could actually hurt them, which is basically frost arrows and poison arrows. So I just had to run. Whereas this time, I'm gonna practice like fighting in the boat and doing that kind of thing. But I need to actually set the boat up so that I can loot all of the stuff that was there, right? But in doing this process, I discovered something. I don't know if this is a vanilla Valheim glitch that you just don't see because of cargo crates not being used this way, or it's something unique to a field in these cargo crates. But when you fill the boat with cargo crates, look what you can do. You can basically become the wind. I don't understand how that works at all, to be honest, but for some reason, you can literally just push the mast and the boat goes that way. And if you run, it gets really fast. So like, you turn into an engine. And it doesn't make any sense to me. It definitely seems like it's unintended physics, but it's also really funny and hilarious, so I might try and do that. Although technically that's why I died. I tried to do that and didn't do it properly, and then I got wrecked. But yeah, alright, so the cargo crates are all set up, but I need to bring the chickens in my real life inside to the roost.
At Kit Fury.
So I'm gonna go do that.
It's like running in a cart in the water.
I gotta try and get the... basically, I gotta sail back to my other base, make some arrows, unless there's some frost arrows here, which there might be. And then I'm gonna go off and try and find my death area, which is surrounded in serpents.
At Kelsarhu. 07. Turquoisega Solinex 7RW. Cheap viewers streambo.com, remove the space, add a 14 coen 0.
Alrighty. Now I'm all set up. The hens are happy. I have tea steeping. Now, I've been working with Easy and Emma to do this podcast for Valcon, right? And I learned recently that there are emotes, right? I typed it, it's funny. Do I do it? And I thought they just did it once or twice, right? But they actually go in a loop. So I see I need to turn the UI off. Okay, now's the time. I need to see, is there an easier way to turn off the UI instead of this control old thing where I accidentally keeps showing people my views and stuff? Let's see, Valheim, hide UI. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, there we go. Immersive HUD. Interesting. I'll have to try that out later. For now, I'm just going to keep using Control F3, but it looks like there's a client-side mod I can add to the qual pack that'll make this easier. And I know people don't like using no UI the way I do, so I won't force that on people. But I'll probably add something so that you can toggle it on, if that makes sense. Because Control and F3 sounds convenient, but it ends up being frustrating because you crouch and like the act of crouching will like negate the animation you're in, and sometimes you're trying to hide the UI to show that. So it's a pain. Like definitely something that would be nice to just have like an unrelated button, not a combination of buttons that you can just press and then boom, boom. Or even better, something automatic, right? But anyway, let's see. So I need to go around and first I'll see if Fish has a decent amount of supplies here, and I could take a stack of arrows if the stuff for them is around, but we'll see. Oh man, you're all brave sailing in rafts. Can't fit any carts on him. Okay, so what do we have access to? I know if I go to my base, then there are some things. It looks like what's missing is freeze lands, basically. So I could buy some freeze lands, but most of the stuff I have for money is in the other base. Oh, hey, no, bees don't like fire. How did that happen? The beehives were on fire. Oh, good. Just traumatized for a moment. Alright, I've made the decision. I'm gonna sail to the base. We'll see how this goes. And the car's flat now because of all the crate. That's hilarious. Not gonna lie, I really enjoy the act of packing it. And I don't know what changed, but this used to be like, you couldn't do this in multiplayer. But at some point, something changed, and now, like, I mean, there's been other players around here in this chunk. And I'm able to just, like, I don't know. The cargo crates didn't fall off the boat yet. But, alright. I got a mission now. I'm gonna be sailing, but not to the designated bone mole area. I'm sailing back to the base that I've been working on, that I originally got separated from, that this whole voyage started on. Because this whole voyage started because I used a rift that used to go to one place, and Ion played me, and the rift now goes somewhere else, and then doesn't bring me back. So at first I thought, oh, I should fix this, but then I was like, I guess it goes with the chaotic nature of the rifts. Like, it's not intended, but at the end of the day, that kind of works. So I just rolled with it. I'm not going to try and fix it. But what I am going to do is get rid of all this nonsense here. And so now I'm basically an unarmed ship now. But I'm going to the base to pick up armament, so to speak. I'll be able to buy some frost glands there and then make some frost arrows. And that will really, 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 really help with this whole situation. I gotta say, after playing a bit with the increased boat speed, if you've noticed, like, well, now that it's working properly, all of the ships in Enigma are faster. Like, even if you just build a normal ship or a raft, they're all faster than the vanilla boats. And then there are faster versions of boats as well. And I gotta say, like, sailing feels... It just, for me, it's just better. Like, okay, right now, for example, I'm sailing on 1 speed. This is something I can go this fast anywhere. It doesn't matter if the wind's behind me or not. And, like, I know that they like the realism, but to be honest, like, sailing's really fun if you can move even when the wind's against you. I just can't go as fast. You know what I mean? Like, right now, if I went against, or if I had the wind at my back, I could put the sails up and go really fast. But I can't. But, you know, this feels doable. This feels like enjoyable, if that makes sense. I really enjoy the boats when they're faster, like, genuinely. I think that the ocean really in Valheim is like a blank canvas that doesn't need much at all. Like in Enigma, I mean, all we pretty much did is we added some unique locations like the floating islands and then also Ashenius's islands, which Ashenius is someone in the Valheim world editing group. You can get, he makes like a bunch of locations and cool stuff. So I used his islands as a template, and then I made like different versions of them, and then also added the floating islands, right? And it seems that if you just have that, you have some islands for players to find, and then you have some threats. You know, in Enigma, there's flying bone maw and wraiths and these kind of things, right? But as long as you have these things in the ocean, then it seems to work out. Like, players like the ocean. So I don't think it actually needs that much, if that makes sense. Mostly it's faster boats and like the ability to sail even when the wind is against you, right?
Adonis 820.
My kittens are like fighting.
It makes the ocean more interesting.
I can't see what's going on here. 1 second. Yeah, absolutely. It makes the ocean more interesting, but also more accessible, right? And the way it worked out on Enigma was pretty much
Norse
an
and
accident,
Wells.
to be honest.
I wouldn't mind rafts of ships with random pirate fullings or draggers hunting us on the sea past a certain boss, lol.
Yeah, that would be cool. I would like it if there were undead, like, ships that would raid you. Because a big part of the Viking experience
Adonis
is
820.
raids, right? But then we
Don't
never
give
get
him ideas.
raided by them, right? And you guys don't have to worry because there's no ability for monsters to control ships because a player has to be in the ship for the ship to move, and it's like wired that way, so don't worry about it. And this island of mine is very nice because basically to get there you can just follow the world tree and it will take you there. At least that's how I got there from the start. But let me figure out why my kittens are like fighting right now below me. kissing? Why are you all on the computer? I don't love it. Doesn't bode well. Having 3 cats all within 2 meters of the computer doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh god, I crashed, didn't I? Looks like I crashed somewhere not bad. One second. They're complaining about personal space. That's what's going on. It's nothing nefarious. Alright. So now let's see. Is there any building material on this island still? Considering I have like all of this cargo space. Probably not. It looks like it was mined up. Ah, there is a jeweler. Let's see, how do I activate? Oh. I'm trying to remember which one the jeweler is. So it would. Oh, hey, hey, it worked! The activator worked! Hey! Well, that's nice. Yeah, so he just wants scrap. I don't have it. Oh, for 40 silver necklaces, that's a good deal. Oh, shit. Too bad I don't have any scrap metal. Whoa, this is a nice little dock. This is way better than the nonsense I've been doing. I approve of this, whoever did it. Nice. I dig it. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is what I need to take. Yeah, there we go. So speaking of the islands, like, okay, there's the bone mole, which are crazy, right? Yeah, don't get me wrong. But then the islands are full of building resources. So the idea is like, yeah, you could blow up and lose everything. But also at the same time, you can find a bunch of stuff as well, right? So... I like how the boxes are like floating off. I feel like there's a story about this island. Anytime you see rafts, and like, and not just one raft either. There's 3 rafts. No, 4. You know, there's a story behind these rafts, isn't there?
Adonis 820. Those are mine.
Do you want any of the things here?
It was a bad time.
Yeah, I can imagine, damn. I've had a bad enough experience in rafts just in normal Valheim, so I've never had the heart to even try to use rafts in the ocean. But I think that's because I know what the ocean is full of.
Now you have them. I was just trying to travel. Norson Wells. Sounds like someone died, then came back for their stuff, then died again, on repeat LUL.
Yeah, exactly. A couple times, right?
Adonis 820. Yev.
Alright, so I'm just gonna loot the stuff here. And so a lot of things respawn in Enigma, but
I found a place early with a bunch of boats. I unfortunately added to the pile.
You added to the boat pile? Yeah, I mean, honestly, so far I'm lucky. It looks like other players have died and sort of cleared the things here. Or maybe this is the day of the week that all the spawning stuff gets deleted. Because there's certain days of the week where like all the bone wool in the ocean get removed. I think it's Thursday? I don't remember actually when it happens. Maybe it's Tuesday? Then there's also a day where all the birds get removed because for some reason sometimes like there's hundreds of birds in an area when there shouldn't be. Speak of the devil. I don't have any way to shoot this bird. Maybe that's for the best. I always feel bad shooting the birds, to be honest. This works well though, having like the crates, they fit so well in the carve compared to the long ship. It's really funny. And it's so compact and like a huge amount of inventory space if you think about it. And like I can find things, right, and just fill them in the crates. Like I really love this. It's like a resource hole, so even if I die or the boat gets exploded, like these crates have a lot of health, so they'll be alright, right? But alas, there's no scrap metal. Really, like, bringing 4 scrap metal here would be really worth it. Because silver necklaces are huge, they're really important later on. But maybe I'll just leave that here as a point of interest for whoever finds this place next, because I'm definitely eating like all of this these building resources. And I've been quite lucky, to be honest. I haven't seen any problems happen. So let's not push my luck here. There's all this stone too. Ashenius did a great job with these islands. These are by Ashenius, and then I pretty much just added a layer where random things on his islands get turned into loot boxes on Enigma, and I feel bad using that word. They're not loot boxes. They're like cargo crates filled with stuff, pretty much, right? So that's what the islands have, like, oh, box of wood, box of ash wood, box of stone, box of black marble, a Mistlan's material box, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm going to leave the scrapper here, because now he has a label, and I also know that at least for that guy, he fixed himself, which means the system I used is at least sometimes working. I like how he goes up there too, that's kind of cute. Let's see. I think that's probably everything here. Looks like most of these things have been looted. I'll adjust these so that when they're looted they disappear. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Because now the island, like, its appeal has changed, right? The monsters are gone, and it's more like, well, I mean, if you think about it, this is a 250 instance space on an island close to the center where you'll never have monsters. But you might have to worry about bone maw. So I guess, you know, beggars can't be choosers, right? It's definitely, I got so lucky. You see, this is the only reason I've been able to make it back to this base is because of how easy it is to get to it, right? Because it's literally like the spawn is over there near the base, right? And this just goes right to the island. So if you just follow this, you get there. And I've been able to get back here like 5 or 6 times, so it seems to have worked well. Calm down, Mr. Serpent. I'm gonna get you later. Yeah, the one caveat about going on rudder speed is that you can't move the boat and fight. Whereas if you're on sail, you can do this, right? And risk getting, you know, blowing yourself up, but you can actually shoot out of the boat while you're sailing. On rudder speed, that doesn't happen because you have to be on the rudder, so it adds like a little bit of depth to it, I'd say. I think what I'll do later on is make this like canal here. I'll deepen it so that I can come in with a carve and then go like right up to the tower. Have like a view of it and everything. That'd be cool. For now though, I wonder where is the closest spot to this? I'm trying to think where the closest spot for the boat is. I guess this works though. I just have to make sure, sometimes if you go too far away from the boat when it has all the crates in it, when you come back, it'll be, like, unloaded, which is no good. Don't want that. It's good to be back in the familiar area. The cursed rift. The rift that betrayed me. Guess I may as well process some things, right? Why not? Definitely loads of copper here.
At
I
Kit
should have set
Fury.
my spawn. That would have been
In about a
smarter.
month you should go around and do a vast showcase.
Haha, that's a great idea, Kit. I was thinking about that, to be honest. Because, like, I'm still setting up my first base. And, like, I'm setting up this playthrough. Like, sometimes there will be days in between when I stream. But for the most part, I'm trying to play it like an MMO and make it last a really, really long time. That's why, like, I haven't been in a rush to just, like, progress more, if that makes sense. So far I've just done the first boss chest. I haven't even found the other ones. And I'm more focused on, like, getting a cool base started. Because in normal Valheim, usually what happens is you basically are really limited from building stuff in the very beginning, and you can't build more advanced stuff until later on, so you're forced to progress to be able to build more advanced stuff, which works if you're playing it for the first time. But if you're really familiar with it, I don't know, I want more freedom to be able to build a, like, fully fledged base and then actually play the game in it. Make sense? Instead of just, all right, I progress to the end, build a base, and it's over. Right? So that's kind of what I'm going for in general. Leave me alone, Mr. Draugr. It's okay, I remember what I'm here for. It's to make crossed arrows, that's what I'm here for. But in order to do that, I need to purchase some freeze glands. And in order to do that, I need to sell some things for money. But it's okay because we got plenty of sellables. Plenty of sellables. So, I have 2 Slayer keys.
At Kit Fury. I've played so much I only care Abu the building now.
I should keep these with me. Yeah, exactly, Kit. That's kind of how it works, right? Like, once you get really into the building, it's very fun, and, like, that's what Enigma's designed around, too, is, like, to take the building and combat elements in Valheim and make a loop out of them together, right? So you can go do anything and get a bunch of building materials, right? And that's why, like, I put so many building materials on the islands. Like, I wanted to make it so, like, you can crash on an island and build a tower if you wanted to. If you get lucky with, you know, you get 5 Michelins build crates there. That's literally, like, a base worth of building material, you know what I mean? It's like thousands and thousands of, you know, ashwood and stone and these things, so. I think the game really shines when the building's more encouraged, in all honesty. So now what I'm gonna do is just find things I can sell. Basically, I think Great Orifice is a good one. And I don't need that much money, actually. I just need Oh, this will be plenty. I think that's like 1,000. Crystal's pretty valuable now. That should be good.
At Kit Fury. Swamp Ooze made me rich. At Kit Fury. And Bone Mass Bones. At Kelsarhu. Wolf fangs are my bread and butter for money.
Yeah, we made them more valuable again, right? For a while they were, anything related to taming was made, like, completely worthless, pretty much. But then we added these limits to taming, so you can't make breeders in the same way that you can in vanilla. Because in vanilla, it's basically like a cube or a sphere collider, or distance that's checked. Whereas in Enigma, it's a vertical, like, or just a horizontal distance. So you can't have more than a certain amount of animals in a 30-meter area infinitely, like, up and down, instead of just 10 meters or 20 meters or whatever it is. And if that one change makes it so it's a lot harder for players to, like, make a whole bunch of things. But there's also, like, a hard limit on IOM of 30 monster AI, and the server will start just automatically deleting things that are made after that. So it has, like, systems that when they work stop too many of something from spawning, but that doesn't always work. right? So it has a mind of its own.
At Kid Fury. In normal Valheim I always tame wolves first, then just play Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think it can be fun, to be honest. I'm not against taming. It's more that it just messes the multiplayer up, so I have to prevent it pretty much. So my ability to make frost arrows hinges on getting 2 more iron. I think I can probably sell some more stuff and make it work now. I actually have frost arrows here too. That's awesome. See, I gotta look at the server's log and see why it's restarting.
At Kid Fury. I build was to fire, it crashed the server.
Yeah, right. It's always so confusing too, figuring out what... Because, like, I noticed something wrong with, I think it was the crafting mod I used. I was trying to craft one thing and it made something else and then the server crashed. And that had actually already been happening, but I didn't notice. So, like, is it related to that? Probably not, but maybe, you know? So it could be there's something happening. I don't know, though, to be honest. The server actually turned off, so... Curious. I'm looking at the log right now.
At Kid Fury. Sometimes when I break my workbenches they stay but give me the mats for the workbench. At Kid Fury. All of them. At Kid Fury. Not limited to just the normal workbench.
Yeah, so luckily this server saved at 18, and then the crash was at like 23. So it won't be that bad, but why did it turn off? So it's not a RAM thing. The server actually right now it barely uses any RAM. It's like nothing. So just before I turn it back on, I'm gonna look at the log just to see if there's anything from the previous log where it crashed. It's a good time to take a little break if you... Sorry about this. Interesting. So there's no... Yeah, there's no errors or anything going wrong. There's one thing at the very end where Discord connector has a name resolution failure. But that happens if the server crashes. So it's hard to say. Right now, I don't see anything that explains why it happened, to be honest. Especially because, like, earlier there were more players, and I'm actually kind of surprised this thing hasn't happened already, given, like, Enigma is awesome, don't get me wrong, I love it, but I didn't start Enigma knowing what I was doing, so there's a lot of, like, random scripts there, just loads and loads and loads of them. I've always been surprised that it isn't more unstable. Like, when I have issues, it's normally about the server itself, or Valheim itself, or, you know, like, maybe the update making things worse or something like that. But right now, that's not a problem.
At Rose_Coman. Enigma is quite RAM heavy. Thankfully I don't many looping scripts.
Interesting. So for you it's RAM heavy? Because so when I run Enigma on IOM or
At
Palm,
Kit Fury. It's Valheim. No matter what service I used or hosted myself, I've always seen crashes for no reason.
But maybe your local client does use more RAM. That could be it as well. Because, like, for reference, Rose, when I run Palm or Enigma, the RAM usage will be between like 3 and 7 gigabytes. And on Palm it's much more because the world's bigger, whereas on IOM it's like barely anything. It's usually like 3 gigabytes, even when there's like I checked the other day and there were like 10 people online and it was like 4.2 gigs of RAM the server was using, something like that. There definitely are scripts though that are like, I went through and got some of the most offensive ones performance-wise, because there's certain things in EWP that are very performance-heavy that I didn't know about until later on. For example, if you use like a type change and you have like a really big objects filter on it, then it uses up like double the resources as if you just use the type change and you don't have a filter. So there's these like specific situations that you have to avoid as well. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. This time I'll just have the console running on the other monitor here. That way I can see something happens. Yeah, I will say it's funny how IOM was a huge server. Like, the world was played on by Path of Magic was a huge server played on by loads of people. Big world file, like 300 megabytes. And it's very obvious how much longer it takes the server to turn off and to save on Path of Magic compared to IOM. So that was interesting. IOM's still really small, to be honest. Players have been building a lot, but they're all kind of in like similar areas, you know what I mean? So why can I look at my map It's not like configured right, because I don't want to be able to look at it. I haven't built. Oh no, I did. Did I? I don't think I built a cartography table. Yeah, I'll have to adjust that at some point. That's fine. I'm not worried. That also could be a thing because of the recent update. There's gonna be like maybe a mod loads, but it causes weirdness, right? Like what was happening earlier is I was trying to create something like this, like fire arrows, right? And so I would go to craft them, but I was crafting something else by mistake. So either I like double clicked it, right, which is totally possible, or I actually messed something up. Looks like for me at least the rollback wasn't too crazy. Although I took advantage of the rollback and I like disassembled the tool shelf. I wanted to make damn sure I'd have the stuff for it. So now I think basically, yeah, now I have more of everything. Okay, now it's working fine. Ah, okay, I see what happened. Oh, all right. It wasn't the mod messing up. No, I made all the frost arrows, and then the mod does have a peculiarity where if like I can make 8 of something, but I say 10, it's gonna then keep making 2 more of whatever is first in the toggle. So that's what was causing me to have all these random things in my inventory up here. Tower shields are useful though. I think I will have one. Okay, so the main thing now is I need to be able to fight serpents. That's the big thing. So what's going on up here? I guess this is before I looted the iron, right? Yeah, okay. So that means this cart has all the stuff that I... Okay, I get it. Haha, yeah. So Kit asked if we found the vendor yet, and so I can tell you a secret. There are more than one. There's like 8 of every vendor. So I think if people haven't found them already, they will find them imminently. Very imminently. Alright, so I'm just freeing up a cart so I can loot the stuff from the previous, I have all that stuff in that boat, right? Which, to be honest, is probably kind of messed up by now. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's totally messed up. Because the world restarted, and that means it was loaded and unloaded. And they tend to not deal very well with that. So the cargo crates end up falling out of the boat. That's usually what happens. Let's see though, maybe I got lucky. Oh, what a beautiful sight. Oh, what a beautiful sight. Looks like maybe I could fit one more in here. Too funny. Oh gosh. See, now I have all of this stuff. Yeah, and that's why I need the... I should have brought the cart with me, but I didn't have the sense for that. It's okay though. Someone's gonna use that trader and get those silver necklaces. I'm gonna leave it be. Give that to someone else. love how convenient. To be honest, I think I might... Oh, I thought my cart vanished for a moment there. I think I might use this strategy more. There's something about the little boat with all of these crates, and I don't have to get in the boat. I can be right next to it. I can grab the stuff this way. It's so convenient. Like, I really like it. This boat's gonna go on a long journey, so I gotta make sure that I grab as much as I can, because who knows what I'm gonna find on the way. Definitely getting a really healthy amount of building resources though, that's for sure. Getting loads. And some advanced stuff too, like a lot of ash wood. That'll be nice. Picked up more than I can chew here. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a trader on my voyage. Get that freaking belt. That thing's so awesome. Alright, now I am fully prepared. It is time for all of the risky fun part, the sailing and the fighting. So basically, I'm gonna go and stretch and then have some tea. And then when I get back, it's gonna be bone wall fighting time. I'm gonna sail and fight serpents and loot things and fill these cargo crates up with stuff and probably die. But hey, you know, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna do my best, but I'll be back probably in like 5 minutes. Hey, server's still up. That's a nice sign. I finished my stretches. Got more tea, more Pinot Leo. I seem to have disconnected my headphones though. There we go. Nice. All right. I'm happy. Yeah, this way of playing works so much better. I used to feel so stressed about it, and I really couldn't enjoy it, whereas now I can just play when it really works for me. And I like these really long sessions in Valheim in particular. Like, I think it's a game that benefits a lot from having like 6 hours basically to like play, and that way your adventure has like multiple parts. And in a lot of other games it gets too repetitive, right? But in Valheim you can fight and explore and do that for 2 hours, right? And then base build for 2 hours, or go in a dungeon for 2. You know, there's so many different things to do, and I love that about Valheim. I think it's really special. But one of the things I used to struggle with, and I'll just rant a little bit and then I'll actually play. One of the things I struggled with a lot was pain from computer use, specifically headaches, migraines, nausea, throwing up, getting super sick. I struggled with that for most of my life until in my like late 20s I actually learned how it actually works and where it comes from. And ironically, it's all just muscles and how you hold your body. That's like the origin of it. It's not some genetic thing or anything. So I've learned how to live without pain, but that doesn't mean that I'm never in pain, because I make mistakes and like I don't have full self-control. So even though I know better, sometimes I'll keep doing something, right? But one of the things that just streaming this way and having this freedom allows me is to take frequent breaks so that I can stretch. And I've basically learned this routine where it's like just a little bit of exercise, not anything intense. It's like I do like 10 push-ups and then like some stretches with my arms and shoulders. And like I literally don't get headaches as long as I do that regularly. The problem is that sometimes I get really into using the computer, and then I'll like not move for a while, right? And I used to be really bad at this and I would suffer a lot. Whereas now, like I stand when I use the computer, and I have like this really high chair that I use to take a break from standing, where I have to like climb onto it and sit cross-legged, and like keeps my back straight and these kind of things. And like the idea is that you have to keep your body in a state of constant motion, because if you let any part of your body, particularly your like neck and your shoulders, sit in asymmetry or sit in a bad position, you're gonna suffer. You're gonna get headaches. You're gonna hurt a lot. And a society doesn't tell you this. Instead, you get lied to. You get gaslit into believing that the pain comes from, you know, genetics, or it comes from this condition you've been told you have. Whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, your body is designed a certain way, and it is constructed a certain way. It has these fibers, and in your muscles, they're surrounded by this like casing. It's called it's like fascia. I don't remember exactly how to pronounce it, but it's kind of like a spider web. And that fascia stuff like is like stretchy, And the combination of that and muscle knots and the way they work basically causes swelling on your nerves and everything. So most of the pain people get from computers that they think is eye strain, they think it's, you know, headaches from dehydration, all that stuff. It's actually from their body being still in an unhealthy position for extended periods of time. It's not, the act of looking at the screen itself isn't as damaging as the way you hold your body. So I'm just telling you this because as a person who uses the computer like religiously, I mean, like, I've been using a computer regularly ever since I was maybe like 11. So a long time of regular computer use. I've learned a lot about what it does to the body and how harmful it is for most people. So I just wanted to talk about that because, you know, I mean, I play a lot of Valheim. I know you all play a lot of stuff on the computer. So just if you ever find that, you know, you're getting pains in these things, like, that's what makes exercise beneficial. Exercise, yeah, maybe you'll lose weight or whatever, but the real thing it does is it like molds your muscles and breaks up the fibers, and then that causes them to not be inflamed, and so then your nerves don't get pinched. And that pinching of nerves and pulling and tugging is what a headache is. A headache is basically nerves tugging on, or being tugged on, by pressure in the body. So when you have pressure in one area that builds up, like let's say you have a knot in your back, basically it creates this pulling force on the rest of the things near it. So even though the knot's in your back, it's tugging on all these strings connected to all these parts in your body, which is literally like pulling them towards it. And this causes inflammation and headaches and migraines. And I've seen that a lot of people suffer with these things. So I just wanted to explain this, 'cause, you know, maybe you don't believe me in these things, but it really is as simple as learning corrective movement for your body. And as long as you stay in motion when you use the computer, like, well, that's one of the reasons streaming, like, if I do it right, it makes me happy. It's like right now, you don't see this, but like my hands are moving, I'm sitting, but I'm like bouncing my shoulders up and down, I'm swaying from side to side. Like, even little things like this, this regular motion makes a big difference in your quality of being and how you feel. And especially if you use the computer for like 2 or 3 hours, if you just sit in the same position, you're gonna hurt yourself, and like, you'll then be able to not use the computer as much. Make sense? So that's why I encourage people to pay attention to these things. It allows you to play more games and have more fun. Just in general, live a more peaceful and fulfilling life, you know? So, it's now adventure time. I'm gonna shut up, sip my tea, and we're all prepared. The boat's been prepped, the server has not yet crashed again, and we have a load of arrows. So if I die, I'm gonna be in trouble, so I'm gonna leave some arrows here. I'm gonna leave, like, these arrows there. And I don't need any of this. Okay. Here we go. So, one of the reasons I'm doing this is actually to learn more about playing this way, because I'm not actually sure if it's possible for me to sail and not lose the crates. So I'm doing it to like find out. So, something I noticed earlier is as long as I'm on this speed, it seemed pretty stable. But then when I started using the sails, that's when I started moving fast enough that the crates were falling out of the boat. But it's storming, so who knows? All I know is I gotta head towards the base of this tree, and my closest body is where the wreckage is. And I can use the command say my body, and it'll spawn an arrow that kind of tells me the direction to go in. And I'm sailing and moving, so I have to like look behind me, right? But I'm going in the right direction. But I have to keep in mind there's land masses, right? So I can't just follow the arrow. And if I die again, then the arrow's going to change and go a different direction. The area I'm going is south of the start. And there's Enigma paths near it. And aside from that, this time I'll have a different strategy. I'm like actually equipped to fight a bit. So I'll practice. Because essentially what I need to do is lure the bone maw away from the wreckage, and I can do that as long as they're not, as long as I see the bone maw before they see me, then I can probably deal with it. But the reason I got screwed over in the beginning is I literally didn't even see the bone maw. I was just sailing like this and I blew up and there was a bone maw behind me. I didn't know. No. I deserved it though. The thing I have to be careful about is like when I'm sailing, I'm on 1 speed in the gifted carb, right? Which is technically the slowest boat in Enigma, if everything works properly. But as soon as I get up to like shoot arrows, I have to deal with a couple different problems, right? The boat is gonna like lose momentum because I'm no longer controlling it. And also, if I accidentally shoot the boat, I can get hurt if I'm staying still. If I'm moving, then basically I'll be alright, but I'm probably not gonna be moving, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, I just ruined everything. Did you see how I did that? So I used the my body while I'm staying still, which makes an invisible sign. And because the waves are so strong right now, it flipped all the stuff out of the boat. And I don't actually need everything here, and I didn't ruin all of it, but it does mean that like my journey just changed in its nature. I won't use this many cargo crates, but basically what I need to do now is put the stuff that I think all of this is empty though, except for a couple of them. So I'll just take the things that aren't empty and then put them in, and then I'll be more reasonable when I fill it up this time. Probably by the time I finish, the storm will be done, maybe. But this is what I get for going around in the storm, because basically I shouldn't really be able to do this if it's storming like this, to be honest. For this, like the kind of elements of the mechanic to work the way I'm thinking, it really needs to be like there's risks and hazards and you have to anticipate the problems. And so like if it storms, you have to have the sense that like it's too wavy, I gotta stop, you know. Although that was going really well until I used my body while I was stationary. That's funny. Alright, so this mission now has an extra step. I can leave all this stuff here, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to finish. But now, I'm not going to fight the bone wall out of this ship. Instead, what I'm going to do is find an area near the bone wall. Basically. I'll get closer. And I'll try and scout it out a little bit. And lesson learned, it's okay to use this command if you're moving, right? I can go my body, right? And then see the arrow, so it's pointing that way. But if you're still, it spawns a sign to do that, and the sign has a collider. So it can cause problems, right? That's what it is. It is what it is. This cargo crate's mostly attached because I put everything either in my inventory or in the hold, so now we can kind of see how this actually feels. And here we have a couple serpents, so I can practice a little bit. It'd be smart of me to practice with this, so in theory I can alternate as long as I'm using the ore and I'm angled right. Oh, it's a bone maul and a serpent. Okay, they're gonna fight each other. As long as I use the right things here. So I'm trying to like just, yeah, I guess I realistically won't be able to fight them so well, especially if it's storming. So what I need to be able to do is survive being around them. And then, as long as I can do that, it seems that once they're near each other, they'll just get distracted. They'll like negate each other, right? So for a little bit, one serpent will cancel out one bone maul. They'll fight each other. And while that's happening, that gives you a chance to get away, right? But if you're being chased by one, then they're really fast. So I guess I need to like only fight it if the conditions allow for it, which means like the ocean being calmer and it chasing me so that I can like tilt the boat and shoot behind it and actually hit it. Alright, we got lucky. This is near the start. I remember this. This is a river, and I tried to go down it, and then I got wrecked. Yeah, this looks like a better chance for me to do some practice. Gotta not get cocky though, that was just a normal serpent. Bone maw are different, especially starred bone maw, and especially the even crazier bone maw that I haven't found yet, that a lot of people don't know about, but those of you who know. Something tells me 1 or 2 cargo crates is more reasonable. This feels kind of stylish, like it works. I remember now, I have to go around the continent. Highlander was here. A moment of respect. Ooh, that's a cool build. I want to check out that build. I'll show it.
At Kit Fury. Oh, you're close to my house.
I think this is Fish's base, right? I remember him posting about building something. It's nice. Very cozy. I love it. This is smart. I see there's features. There's built-in like anti-mob pathfinding. I didn't
At
even
Kit
notice.
Fury. Go to the other side of the bridge after that.
Like the other side of this, the sky bridge here. So over this way.
At Kit Fury. Yeah, go up.
Will I see it if I go along the coastline here? I just need to make sure I don't like get lost. Hello there. Hey, the crate's still there. Lucky. That shocked me. Holy smokes. That was so perfect. This is where I have to start keeping an eye out, because I could get lucky and the bone maw are gone. But also there could be a bunch of bone maw that originally killed me, but at this point that was a couple of days ago. So who knows? I just know it's somewhere in this direction. And it's after I pass through a little aisle.
At Rose_Coman. Just you wait till you find a bone maw brood mother.
Oh no, I haven't even thought about bone maw with affix, or let alone flying bone maw with affix. It's gonna be something to run from. This would be the time to find something nefarious when I'm encumbered with serpent meat. I guess I should check this. Maybe there's a coin trader here. Looks like a no. All according to plan. Yeah. I'm so dead. No way. That was not what I thought would happen. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna even... There's no way I can fight them. I can maybe fight them from the land from far away. But I just learned my lesson. That worked out so well. I got so lucky. I'm thinking this is my safe spot. There's some verdure here. I can take advantage of that. This looks like a close place to wherever I died. Maybe I can even find it from land. I'm gonna take what just happened. That was so lucky. I definitely was about to get blown up. And then I just happened to find all those monsters. And they even took the hit from the bone wall. So I'm building here, but this is just temporary, because these things actually get force reset. So I should make that clearer to the player, because they just have to see a message in the bottom right, but they'll miss that. I made the docks invincible, but not unflammable. Okay, so now the idea is to see if I can actually access the area where I died from land. That's the mission. I deserve that. The good news, though, I found my body. That means that it looks like the bone mole aren't there anymore. It looks like that. I don't know that for sure, but I seem to have verified that, which means now I can probably just sail to where I just died. Probably. Although now I have no food. It would have been smart to leave some here, but I was not smart, was I? Well, either way, in theory, I have everything I need now to actually retrieve things properly. Because I wouldn't have been able to grab everything anyway. The whole point of that was to find my body. And now I know it is actually in that swamp close by, and I died, which will make another tombstone. So now this will show this earlier one, right? But it doesn't matter, because it's right next to where I need to go. So the odds are actually looking in our favor, because it appeared like the bone mole were gone. It appeared. That was so brutal. Wait, was that an assassin serpent? Damn, I thought it was just a normal serpent. I didn't even realize that. That works out though, because to be honest, I was like further away from the body that has the actual stuff on it. That was insane. Oh gosh. Although that situation will probably resolve itself because the monsters will fight. And now I'm getting better at loading up these boats. I was doing too many weird structures before. Now I just need a little staircase, a little bit of railing, and then boom, stack or two of wood, I'm good to go. Although I guess that was my boat, wasn't it? I'll figure it out. I was following the coast of this continent, so I think in theory, I should just be able to go where I die. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. I completely forgot they explode. Just completely forgot. Feels good to die near Hilder, though. That's relatively safe. I'm actually not... It's funny. One of the things I like about No Map is that it makes you feel like you're really far away. But I can tell that, like... Aside from the time I just died sailing, I'm actually pretty close. So I died near the swamp that is near where I need to be. Or like one swamp away, basically. And I got lucky with that pot spawn, the Ashland spot. So now I can actually get food as soon as I make my way back to Hilder. Be right back. So I don't know if you noticed, if you saw how I died when that serpent got me. That was a assassin. So I actually was killed by a certain monster affix, and if an assassin gets near you, you just die. Doesn't matter how much health you have, doesn't matter what armor you have. They're brutal. So it's very fitting that I didn't hear about it from a player. I experienced it myself. Although, ironically, it happened in a moment where I was doomed anyway, so it didn't really matter, right? I was definitely going to die there. Well, from my perspective. Now it'll be nice, though. I can just go to Hilder. Because this is mostly meadow. It's like a nice big meadow surrounded by, like, plains and other biomes, so there's a lot of safety. It's nice.
This looks familiar. There should be 2 bodies over here. There's my original body that is surrounded by cargo crates in the swamp where the flying bone moor originally got me. But then there's also the body where I died because I blew myself up in the swamp. When I originally... No, not blew myself up. I was killed by something, right? I don't know. I either blew myself up or I was killed by something. I've died many times. They all blur together, you know what I mean? But over yonder, there should be an island, right? And I was fighting off that island over there, and then I saw my tombstone from the swamp in there. So there's 2 tombstones. There's one
At Rose
in this
_
swamp.
Komen. That Hilder have paths by it.
Yeah. This continent has paths. I think it's like right over there. I remember when I originally died, I was actually like, I had just seen the path. Like when I originally got blown up the other day. So I know this swamp is like near one of the paths. Alright, so this is a nice little island here. If I wasn't so settled on accumulating resources in the other place, I might take this spot up. Ah, yes. I remember now. I think I tried to shoot some leeches and... Whoop! You actually die more easily in Enigma now, because the trees are bigger. So apparently their hitboxes are also bigger, basically. Pretty funny. into the fold. You know, out of all the places I could have died, it actually wasn't that bad. The bone meal aren't here anymore, which makes me really appreciate the weekly bone meal remover that was implemented like a year and a half ago, or however long. And I can see both my bodies. So it looks like I might actually be able to retrieve everything and get it back to the building spot even after all of that. Just 10 hours later, a whole saga later. But I mean, look, that's all the cargo crates. They survived. Up until this moment, I didn't know if they actually had made it, but they are there. They definitely survived the bone maw explosion, so that's wonderful. That means they're functioning the way they're supposed to. Now, though, I have a new problem. I sailed that other boat off into some random yonder, and then got yeeted by a serpent. Now I don't have the stuff to make a boat. Unless the stuff is in those supplies, which I guess could be. Maybe. I'm just waiting for a leech. Even the boat's original cargo crate survived. That's funny. Wow. I'm in an interesting predicament now. I guess I have to go into the meadows and make a boat. But when I died, I had lost my axe. That's right. Yeah, so there is no axe for me to retrieve. Alright. Looks like I gotta get back to land, though. Look at this, I gotta go back to the swamp for safety. I managed to get killed by bone maw in the meadows. Wow. That's impressive. Okay, so how am I gonna navigate this? I mostly need to get a boat. And in theory, I can find that boat from earlier. But it's way off in the distance. So maybe I just accept it. For right now, this stuff is just chilling there. Meanwhile, I gotta try and figure out where I died originally. But that's tricky. Definitely gonna have plenty of resources for like a nice kitchen and a base and everything though. After all these holes. And I've gotten to know this area pretty well, so I can still get lost of course, but now I've gotten back to the base a couple times. So my plan now is to just keep using this kind of little meadow spot here. And I'm just gonna leave this stuff. I know where it is. I'm very close to it. So if I die, it's not really a problem. I'm about to die again. But this way, I can use this little hub here. And now I have to like go get a boat. So I could try and get the stuff to make one. I could try and use a raft. That doesn't really work. Or I was assassinated. So that means there's a chance that the boat from when that happened is still there. So if I can make it back to that spot, which is in theory here, because I was following the coastline of the same continent, right? Trying to get around it, but it turned out to be a long coast, right? So in theory, I could get back there. Let's see. Oh, my plan failed. It's okay. My backup plan will work. Just gotta... Yeah, there you go. See, you just gotta grab the... I set everything up for this exact moment. I needed food and then a hammer to break the roof that I would get clipped into. There we go. I guess this doesn't even need a roof anymore. It only needed a roof to be set as a spawn point, but now... It's more fitting I make it like a coffin, isn't it? I really like the invincible beds thing. To be honest. It made me very happy. Oh, a fearful leech. I'm gonna have so many blood bags by the end of this voyage. It'll be great. See, I need some kind of fancy sigil here for my vampire coffin. Something simple. There we go. It's gonna be like a little corner thing. Okay, cool. Oh wait, no, it's missing a very important part. It has to have its corners. Okay, now here's our wonderful little cart. It's gonna have all our stuff in it. So now, I gotta try and figure out how to get where I'm going. How to get to where I died, which was like, there was some missed ones, right? So I would guess it was... that way? I don't know. I don't really remember where it was, to be honest. Because I was like far away from my body, so it must be like on the other side of this island or something. I guess I could just run the opposite way around this coast. Maybe I'd get there eventually. Yeah, I think that's probably my best bet. But I need some way to defend against the Deathsquito. I need like some normal... no, I probably can't kill him in one hit with wood arrows, can I? Whatever. I'll deal with that when it comes. Ah, I just realized you can repeat the boss chest to get fine wood. Interesting. So I guess if I got a neck trophy and a boar trophy, I could get fine wood to make a ship that way. I didn't even notice he was there. That's what I get. I have a feeling this might happen a couple times. I need to kind of map out where this is, because I don't know this area at all. So I'm pretty much just going to be like running around and exploring. That's what I get for not... I don't actually have any, like, way to defend myself against them except for AoE that kills me. It is what it is. So I think I actually got close enough there that the tombstone locator started targeting the one I'm actually looking for. Because, like, if I use it here... it points that way, right? But that's because those two are really close. There's another one off in the distance, so if I get close enough to that one, then it'll point at that one instead of these ones. So that's why I was doing it over and over again. I could sort of pay attention to once it flipped, and then I knew I was closer. And it got closer, but then I went right, and I should have gone to the left side of the mountain. But that's all good. That's why this area is here. Now it's all raining, of course. I think this is hilarious how this works with the invincible beds. I dig it, to be honest. It's nice. It's kind of fun just being able to, like, roam Valheim. You know what I mean? Like, because I've been dying, and, like, in normal Valheim I would have lost everything. But in this one, as long as I'm accumulating resources and putting them in crates, then, like, I'm basically making rewards to pick up in a boat. So then I can build a really cool base, you know, and then go off on other adventures. And, like, I don't know. I'm really enjoying this so far. It's nice. All that being said, I think I might be able to go through the Black Forest instead of going through the plains. I'll probably have better luck that way. One second, I need to log out my client and log it back in. Makes sense, I've been playing for like 5 hours, so I haven't reset my RAM. To reorient myself. Okay, this one is still pointing at the one I was just at. Okay, so I need to wait for the arrow to flip. Until then, I go the opposite of what it shows. Ah, so now it's pointing at the closer body. It flipped, so now I know that it's gonna take me to the one I died at. And then if I use it again, it'll show me where the body I'm actually trying to find that has the boat, in theory. Or it might have the boat. They're friendly with the vulture? I was hoping otherwise. At least I get a rested buff this time, so it stopped raining. That's nice. I should probably make some arrows. Now I have arrows, but no bow. That Volter was pretty cool. I think the immortal ones disappear, at least they're supposed to.
At Rose_Coman. I am back.
Hello, hello. Did you find a Konar?
At Rose_Coman. Not yet, sad face.
Oh, this is where I died, isn't it? I was sailing when I saw the mist. I remember it. And then I got blown up right afterwards. That means I got blown up right around the corner. Oh shit. That's one of the Doreen fragments. It's funny. And there's a freaking Valkyrie. Oh god. I'm not going over there. No shit, it's empowered. Damn, that was cheap. Well, I guess I got a crazy good weapon now. I only had 2 arrows. But that was the body. I didn't see if the boat was there, but that's where the body is, so I'm actually quite close to it. Well, not quite close, but I am in the right place. I needed to make more arrows, though. Can't really be there without any arrows to defend myself.
What killed me? I have no clue what killed me. I didn't see a missile explode. I was just running and then I died. Really cool, to be honest. It's been fun being able to just like explore and see so many different biome layers like interacting with each other, and like I went into the Mistlands and saw the border with the plains and all those valleys and stuff. It's been really fun. I'm having a blast, to be honest.
At Dr. Domestos. Hey, just joined. What's this all about? Could you explain, please? Laughing face.
Hello, welcome. So what you're seeing is Enigma Mode. It's a, how do I put it? Frostplay compatible mod pack. Basically, it's like a rework of Valheim, but it doesn't add anything new. So it's like a mod you put on the server, and then clients can be vanilla. So you could make a crossplay server that has like a different Valheim experience. You still have to use all the same things, but as you can see, it's not the same as what you're used to. So Enigma's basically like a rework of Valheim that's meant to make it feel kind of more like a building MMO, sort of, except obviously without loads of players. It's not an MMO, but it's hard to explain, to be honest. There's lots of changes. But if you want to join, the best thing to do if you don't know anything about it is to like go to Google and search Enigma Mode Valheim, and then you can learn more about it. You can read about it. If you look on Thunderstore, you can try the mod in single player. And if you do it in single player, you have to use the mod pack. But if you do it on a server, you don't. If that makes sense. So what you're seeing is a public server that anyone can join. And if you want to get the information to join it, you just have to watch the first minute of the first episode of this live stream series. It's on YouTube. If you're seeing this on Twitch, then you have to check it out on YouTube, because the Twitch VODs get deleted, right? I think that's everything, yeah. And there's people you can ask questions to who've been playing for a while, so they know how the mechanics work and everything. And it's like a constantly evolving project. So I play, learn things, people play, they give me feedback, and then I apply it and adjust it and change it. So it's evolving over time, and yeah, there's lots of different ways you can play. If you want to play on single player, alone, or if you want to play with us on the server, you got options.
At Dr. Domestos. Ty will check it out, sounds fun, smiley face.
Yeah, I've been having a blast. This is the first time I've like actually played normally, because I was developing it and looking at feedback, and I would play test things, but I wasn't really like playing like a whole playthrough. Does that make sense? And I had to narrate when I was streaming, and yeah, it was all different. Whereas now, I'm not trying to be a popular streamer or anything. I'm just trying to show it off and play and stream when I play, and I don't need to speak all the time. It's okay. I've been having fun. There must be something wrong in this area, because it's like kind of, my frame rate's a bit bad in a way that like is unusual considering how few instances there are, and I can tell how once I pass a certain area it suddenly gets a lot better. So there must be like a script I'm running inefficiently or something happening. Like maybe there's a bunch of monsters in a dungeon nearby I don't know about. I'm not sure. I got so close. It's all misty now too. I'm screwed. I'm having fun though. This is just gonna be my life. I'm not worried. My tombstones are like an empire I'm taking over. I'll be right back. Low-key, I'm hoping that the night will just end.
Oh, that was a good run. That was a good run. The boat's good though, and all the monsters are cleared, and there's a verger guarding it. So I don't know. It actually looks like I'm about to get everything back with 2 boats. I'm so glad the boat mechanic's working again.
Oh, thank the Lord. The save froze at the same time that I heard the buzzing of the death speaker behind me, and I accepted my death. But then I didn't actually die. I got lucky. Now, if all goes according to plan, I should be able to just kind of wait for that verger and then stay around him and then take the boat away really quickly and I should be fine.
see him. Good night, Rose. Have fun. Or sleep well. I'm committed to seeing this through, and next time I will play, I want to be able to build, so I'm gonna get all these things back. Luckily, I died super close now. All the hard stuff's done, so I just gotta move the boat, really.
Alrighty, it's time for me to go to bed. Good night, everyone. That was very surprising at the end there. I got found out by a bone maul. And then I was able to crash land at a diverger's base and get a spawn point set. So probably I'll be fine. I was trying to sail around an island. Turned out to be longer. This whole sailing around the island thing doesn't work. Anyway, good night.